You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in.
I just remember every day of our lives. And lost my memories deep out over here and in the
You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah. Cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it.
I just remember every day of our life. Lost my memories deep.
You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black car. spinning it. Black cars.
when it comes to mental health.
The only way to free yourself is to tell the truth.
People that acknowledge mental health struggles, they're really like superheroes.
Three, two, one, go! 3, 2, 1, go! Three, two, one, go! Three, two, one, go! Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Don't snitch. You that 'cause we need it. Money never spend it. Black cars, black bros, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, there's only one rule. That's don't snitch.
Lost my
Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
We spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah.
Don't you make me cry, even if there's no time.
You mad cause we getting it.
I just remember every day of our lives and lost my memories there.
You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bros, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black boss. There's only one snitch. You mad cause it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bros, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that snitch. You mad cause we get we one rule, that's don't snitch. Rule, that's don't snitch. Rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bros, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bros, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bros, boss, yeah, we yeah. That's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bros, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah. You mad cause we getting it. Cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yo, that's don't. Boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule. That's don't. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Bros, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule. That's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bros, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule. That's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bros, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule. That's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule, that's don't snitch. You mad cause we getting it. Money, yeah, we spending it. Black cars, black bras, boss, yeah, we living it. Yeah, we in the hood. Yeah, there's only one rule.
From like creative stuff, art and stuff like that, to businessy, like entrepreneurial skills, to like lifestyle stuff. My personal favourite category of the Skillshare classes are the productivity ones. I've watched nearly every single productivity class on Skillshare. The most recent class I've taken that I really liked was Simple Productivity: How to Accomplish More with Less by Greg McKeown. And this class teaches you pretty much how to prioritise your to-do list, but there's classes for literally everyone on Skillshare if you don't fancy the more kind of business stuff. There's cooking classes, there's kind of video production classes, so if you're wanting to be a YouTuber or something like that, there's all the different it's only about $10 a month. But yeah, thanks again to Skillshare for sponsoring this video. Now let's get into the case. Before we do, I just want to give my usual disclaimer that I mean absolutely no disrespect to anyone that I talk about in this video. This video is made for educational purposes, and everything that I'm about to say is just information that I have found on the internet and I'm compiling into one video. So today's case happened in 2011 in Bethesda in Maryland in America. Believe it or not, in a Lululemon store. This particular Lululemon store that we're going to be talking about today was in the Bethesda Row shopping district, which was like an outdoor shopping complex type thing, you know, like high streets full of shops. It was one of those. And just in case you don't know what Lululemon is, because I think it's just an American brand, Lululemon, I'm gonna stop saying the actual store name because it's driving me insane. But they specialise in like workout gear. I think they're particularly famous for their yoga leggings, although they are very pricey. They are very high-end workout gear. I was looking on the website as I was doing research for this video, and the leggings retail for like $100. $100 on a pair of leggings, man. And then they have even more expensive ones for like $140. Like, I don't know who's shopping at this shop, but I mean, they're pretty popular. Emma Chamberlain shops there. I don't know, they have their very specific target audience of kind of like upper class, like, well, middle upper class, like good vibes, yoga girls, you know what I mean, you know the type. I'm imagining those kind of like Pinterest DIY kind of girls with like cut up fruit in like a mason jar of water, you know what I mean, those kind of girls is their target audience. But yeah, this one specific Lululemon store was located in Bethesda, which was quite like a comfortable, cozy, safe, friendly area. It wasn't like ultimately rich, but it also wasn't a poor area, you know what I mean? I mean, they had a Lululemon store right next to an Apple store. Does that tell you the kind of wealth that this area had? It wasn't like a rich area, but you know, people had money there. But on March 12th, 2011, a Lululemon employee, the actual store manager named Rachel, went to open up the store as usual just before 8 AM when she found one of the most horrifying scenes imaginable. As soon as she got to the door and she got like her keys out and stuff to unlock the door, she realised it was unlocked. Now this is a luxury brand on a high street. That is the most important thing that they teach employees on the closing shift to do. Lock the door. So this is a huge red flag already before she'd even stepped in the shop. But she just thought it was one of her employees who had forgotten to lock the door. Someone was probably going to get in trouble for that, but you know, she didn't think too much of it. So she pushed the door open and she walked inside anyway. And that was when she noticed a few out of place things in the storefront. It wasn't particularly ransacked, but there were things knocked over. So like an odd clothing rail was knocked over, and there were things kind of thrown on the floor, t-shirts off the hangers just on the floor and stuff. So immediately Rachel panics and she runs back outside the Lululemon store and begins to call the police. And that was when she noticed a crowd of people gathering outside the Apple store, which was right next door. The new iPad 2 was set to launch that morning, so there was like a queue of people outside the Apple store before it had even opened. You know what it's like when Apple launches a new product. And one of the men in this queue noticed Rachel, and obviously she seemed very panicked and worried. So he went over to her to see if she was okay. So he went over, Rachel explained the situation and asked him how long he'd been outside the Apple store for and had he seen anyone go in or out of Lululemon in that time. This guy's name was Ryan. Did I say that? I don't know if I said that. Anyway, Ryan said he'd been waiting outside of the Apple store for at least an hour at this point, maybe even 2 hours, and in that time he hadn't seen anyone even approach the Lululemon store, never mind go in or out of it. However, he did offer to Rachel to go in the store with her and just kind of check everything over, see if anything had been stolen. So the two of them go back inside the store, and as they're walking through the storefront towards the back rooms and towards the till, the closer and closer they're getting, the more and more things they're noticing are a bit out of place. And then as they got right to the back where all the tills were, all the cash registers, they looked behind it and all of the cash registers were open and empty. So this had been a robbery, and there were a few safes behind there as well, I think. They were also open and empty. And there were a bunch of like receipts scattered on the floor as if like the robbers had tried to take them thinking they were notes and then realised they were receipts and then just thrown them to the floor. So then Rachel and this guy Ryan walk into the first back room and it is a mess. There's smashed glass everywhere, there's stuff thrown and knocked on the floor, and there's blood. And a lot of it. Not only was there a trail of just blood, kind of like dragged blood, like an actual trail, but there were also footprints in the blood, mainly in those back rooms, but a couple of them kind of wore out into the main bit, so whoever had been walking in the back had gone into the main like front of the store as well. And on one of their walls there was kind of like a handprint, but not a handprint, more like a swipe, like a palm thing, as if someone had like leant on the wall to kind of push themselves up kind of thing. So the store manager is still on the phone to police and she decides to stay in the front of the Lululemon store while Ryan goes further into the back to assess this situation. Obviously this was terrifying. They'd walked into this store expecting to find, you know, a few things stolen, maybe all the money stolen behind the cash registers. They did not expect to see this much blood. Something very, very serious had happened here and they didn't know if people were still in the back. But Ryan very bravely decided to go into the back and assess the situation. So he followed these blood trails and followed these footsteps until he found a dead body. This dead body seemed to be a woman due to the length of the hair. That is literally all he could go off at this point, but he assumed it was a woman because this was a Lululemon store. Most of the employees were female. This woman was lying face down in a pool of her own blood. And when I say a pool, I mean a thick, like, puddle of her own blood. There was a lot of blood there. She had a rope around her neck and she was very clearly deceased. So Ryan is obviously very panicked, very overwhelmed at what he's just found in this back room. And so he turns around and begins walking back to the front of the store to go and tell Rachel when he hears another noise coming from another room. And so once again, Ryan very bravely decides to go and check out this noise. And when he did, he got into the employee bathroom and he found another woman laid on the floor covered in her own blood. This woman wasn't laid in as much blood as the first, but there was still a lot of blood around her, and her hands and her feet were both zip tied and her hands were like above her head. But as he's looking at what he believed to be a second dead body, he notices this girl start breathing. So she's still alive, but there is a lot of blood around her, so it would be a race against time to get her to a hospital and get her treated because they don't know how bad her injuries actually are. This woman, because she was laid on her back, Ryan could actually visibly see a lot of her injuries, whereas the other woman, she'd been laid face down and just the whole back of her was like covered in blood, so he couldn't really see anything. But with this woman in the bathroom, he noticed a lot of just like cuts and slashes just all over her body, not like stab wounds or like, it seemed as though they'd been done with a razor, just like slashed all over her body, on her arms, her stomach, her legs. She had quite a bad wound on her forehead that he could see, but other than that there was just blood everywhere, so he didn't know exactly what had happened. So Ryan runs back to Rachel, who is on the phone to police, and he tells her to get ambulances there as quick as they could because one of these women is potentially still alive. And that is when Rachel realised exactly who these two women were. They were the two women, the only two women that had been working the closing shift at Lululemon the night before. The woman that they believed to still be alive and still breathing was 28-year-old Brittany Norwood, and the woman in the back room that had very clearly already passed was 30-year-old Jana Murray. So police and ambulances arrive at the scene very, very quickly, and half of them rush straight over to Brittany Norwood, who is the surviving victim of this. Like I said, she had her feet zip tied together, her hands zip tied together, and her arms were above her head. She was laid on the floor, so her arms were like above her. She had her shirt pulled up over her stomach, but not over her breast, so it wasn't like, I don't know, but her stomach was on show. And she had a lot of injuries all over it, and there was a lot of blood all over the floor, so immediately it was assumed that this was a really bad attack. And while she was still fully clothed, her stomach was exposed, but she still had a top on and her bra on and everything. She still had her leggings on. However, the crotch area of her leggings had been cut away. So immediately police believed that there was a sexual motive behind this attack. There was also a Lululemon shirt tied around her neck, so literally one that the attacker must have gotten from the front room, like the front part of the store, taken it off the hanger in there and ran over to Brittany and tied it around her neck. It wasn't strangling her, it wasn't choking her or anything, but it was like just tight on her neck, just uncomfortable. Also in that room, police found a rock on the floor that was covered in blood, and so they believed that this was the main weapon used on Brittany Norwood because she had a pretty bad injury right in the middle of her forehead, right at the front. So police believed that was used to maybe bash her head. And there were obvious signs of struggle in this room. Everything was kind of knocked off the sides. There were things on the floor. There was a random Buddha statue just laid on the floor with blood on it. There was a coat hanger on the floor with blood on it. There were 2 bottles of Windex kind of almost emptied and they were just knocked on the floor. There were paper towels all over the floor. A lot of them were soaked in blood as well. Meanwhile, other paramedics had gone to the back room where Jana Murray was to assess her, and unfortunately she was pronounced dead at the scene. In that room, police found an open toolbox, which was store property. It was for like use around the Lululemon store. And this toolbox only had a couple of tools left in it. The rest of them were scattered around the room, a lot of them with blood on, so police believed them to be weapons. There was a wrench, a hammer, and 2 box cutters just kind of laid on the side, all covered in blood. And the toolbox itself was actually on top of Jaina's body. Now, I can't understand why or how, whether the attacker had literally just dropped it on her body just as one final, like, disrespect to the body or something. If anyone can theorise why the toolbox might have been on top of her body, please feel free to do in the comments. And this room itself, where Jaina Murray's body was found, was the most bloody of all the back rooms. There was a thin layer of blood on the whole floor, but then particularly around Jaina's body, there was a thick pool of blood, like a full puddle of human blood. There was blood spattering all the way up the walls, some even 6 feet high. Just a warning, be careful if you do go and do your own research on this case, because there are photos of the crime scene very easily available online. And I know a lot of you guys like to kind of Google along with the cases as I'm telling them, and kind of do your own research and your own kind of further reading. But just be careful if that's something that you don't want to see. But yeah, like I said, in these back rooms there were a bunch of bloody footprints. Now, crime scene investigators identified these to be from 2 different people, 2 different pairs of shoes. One of them seemed like a smaller women's size shoe, maybe like a 5 or a 6, whereas there were a bigger pair of shoes, pair of footprints, around a UK size 12 or a US size 14, which is freaking huge. So it was likely that the first pair was maybe from Jaina or Brittany, but the second pair of those huge shoes immediately stuck out to police. At one point, these large shoe prints led up to a sink in one of the kind of kitchens or bathrooms in the back of the store, and they just stopped there. They didn't walk away again. So the theory is that maybe the killer or maybe the person wearing these shoes took them off, rinsed them in the sink, and then either put them back on or put them in their bag or carried them out or something. There was a fire exit door right at the back of the store. So there's the front of the store with all the product in, and then there's the back rooms where all of this happened, where the 2 women were found, and then there's an even further back bit where there's a fire exit door. And this fire exit door actually had blood leading up to it, and then blood all over the handle of it. But then they opened this fire exit door and there's no blood outside. No footprints, no kind of dropping, no kind of trail, absolutely nothing. So it seems as though maybe one or both of the women tried to escape, however they were caught before they could actually leave. But interestingly, this fire exit door actually had an alarm system rigged to it so that it couldn't be, you know, opened and someone get in and out without people in the store knowing, because it was right at the back. So you actually had to put a key in this door to disable the alarm, and that key was in the door, which suggests that maybe it was the women trying to leave the store. Another theory being that whoever had done this, the murderer, the attacker, had made one of the women put the key in to disable the alarm and then tried to leave out that way, and that's why there was blood leading up to it. But then maybe when the attacker opened the door, maybe they saw someone or something outside and they kind of got scared back in. So Jaina Murray's body was removed from the crime scene and taken for an autopsy. And before I get into this, I just want to say that these are the absolute worst autopsy results I've ever heard. And I've been doing this job for 3 years. I've been reporting crimes like this, murders, vicious ones, for 3 years, and I've never heard anything quite like this before. Jaina's autopsy revealed that she had sustained, at the very least, 331 separate wounds to her body. At the very least. That was all the individual ones that they could count. However, a lot of the injuries were kind of layered on top of each other. Of course, there's only so much human body for another person to injure. Sometimes they're going to hit the same places twice, you know, damage the same places twice, and they can't be counted because they're layered injuries. So at least 331. A lot of these were mainly stab wounds, but there were beating wounds. A lot of them were self-defense wounds on her hands and her arms where she tried to stop her attacker. There was the marks around her neck from the rope. So the 330, 331 that they could count on her body were separated into 200 on her face, head and neck. That is 200 on this one very small surface area, 200 different wounds. And then on the rest of her body, mainly on her arms, chest and torso, were the remaining 131. Because obviously it was very hard for them to determine what had happened to the skin on her head, because imagine 200 wounds on one very small surface area, there is not going to be much skin left. However, with her skull, they counted 13 different fractures. So much so that part of her skull had actually caved inwards. The saddest thing that comes out of this autopsy is that pathologists believe that Jaina Murray was alive right up until the last blow. They don't know whether she was conscious for the full 331 wounds. It's very unlikely that she was, especially with all the damage that had happened to her head. However, she was still alive right up until the last blow, which was a singular stab wound to the back of her neck that severed her spinal cord. Pathologists found at least 5 different wound patterns on Jaina Murray's body, so that means at least 5 different weapons were used. And they believe that this included the wrench, the hammer, the rope that was found around her neck, and a Buddha statue that was found close to her body. Like I said, there was a Buddha statue also found close to Brittany Norwood's body, so it seems as though the same kind of weapon was used on both women, but this was a Lululemon store and they just kind of had these Buddhas around the store for decorations. Her body was also found with clumps of her own hair in her hands, which I can't quite figure out myself how that would have happened, be it like self-defense, maybe she was trying to grab hold of her head and like protect her face, and then she ended up pulling her own hair out. So anyway, Brittany Norwood was raced to hospital for her wounds to be treated because they really didn't know from looking at her how severe they were. They just saw a lot of blood on the floor and they panicked thinking that this could be life or death. But before we carry on with the story and before I carry on with like telling you about Brittany Norwood's injuries that she sustained, I just want to talk a little bit about our murder victim, Jaina Murray. So Jaina Murray was 30 years old. She was born on November 22nd, 1980 in Kansas before quickly moving to Texas, which is mainly where she grew up. In school, Jaina was very well behaved. She was a high achiever. She had that combination of like hard working, she was willing to put in the work, but she was also just very naturally talented, very naturally smart. She'd worked at that particular Lululemon store for quite a while and she was very popular among her co-workers. They all knew her as just very happy, very vibrant. She was always smiling, she was always laughing. She was one of those people that just has that like infectious energy about them. You can't be sad when you're around them. And her family described her smile as a megawatt smile. She was very outgoing, very adventurous, very energetic. She was very outdoorsy. She was one of those people that was always doing like mad extreme sports. She did bungee jumping, she'd done multiple skydives. She was just one of those women that was just fearless. Jaina was an avid dancer. She regularly attended different dance classes at her local studio. She did salsa and tap specifically. She was very good at those. She didn't take it ultimately seriously. She didn't do like competitions and stuff. However, from time to time, her instructors would encourage her to think about making it her career because they saw real potential in Jaina. Jaina was also very into traveling and experiencing new cultures. She'd actually visited almost every single one of the continents. She was just missing one, which was Antarctica. She studied abroad in Spain for a while. Well, she studied abroad in a lot of different countries. However, this kind of studying abroad program that she was on was mainly focused in Spain. But yeah, she spent a lot of time studying in Spain until eventually she settled again in Washington for the remainder of her degree. And it was during this time that Jaina actually met her long-term boyfriend, Fraser. And this is actually really heartbreaking because Jaina and Fraser were so in love and they had planned on spending the rest of their lives together. They knew that that was it for them. And just a few weeks or a couple of months before Jaina's murder, Fraser was actually looking at engagement rings and planning to propose. Jaina studied business and communications, which is 2 different degrees. She was working on getting 2 different degrees all while holding down her job at Lululemon. I don't know if the Lululemon job was kind of a part-time thing until she got her degrees, or whether she was planning on working her way up in the company to do like what she got her degree to do, you know? But she did love working at Lululemon. All the values that the company has align with her own, and she just thought it was a great company to work for. And at the time of this incident, I believe Jaina was some sort of manager, so she wasn't like a top manager, but she was quite high up in the general hierarchy in that store, which is what put her on the closing shift, because she had her own set of keys. So with this kind of case, obviously it is vital for police to act fast. They had one very, very brutal murder and a second attempted murder on their hands. And this person that had done this was still on the loose somewhere. Of course, Brittany Norwood, the surviving victim, was rushed to hospital. She was checked over and treated, and luckily a lot of her wounds, most of her wounds, were very superficial. She didn't require many stitches or bandages or anything. She just needed cleaning up and kind of, you know, making sure that things didn't get infected and stuff as they were healing, but they would heal on their own. And because her wounds weren't too bad, police decided to question her that same day, that same evening after she'd been cleaned up at the hospital, because they needed to get to her as soon as possible while this was all still fresh in her mind. But before we get on to that witness interview, let's talk a little bit about who Brittany Norwood was, the surviving victim. Brittany Norwood was 28 years old, and she was born on May 19th, 1982 in Seattle in Washington to a very big family. She was one of 9 siblings. She had 4 brothers and 4 sisters, and everything that I could find about Brittany's childhood pointed towards it being very happy, very loving, very supportive. They were a very close family. They had no kind of major fallings out or anything. It was a very functional, nice family. Her family were well educated. Her father owned his own business, so they had a decent amount of money. They weren't majorly rich, but you know, they had a comfortable amount of money, especially for that size family, because money doesn't spread easy when you have 9 children. But they had a decent amount of money, everything was comfortable, everything was happy. And just like Jaina, Brittany had been a very high achieving student in school, and she was very into sport. Even though she was quite a small, petite girl, she was very strong. Brittany loved all kinds of sports. She got involved in almost everything, but her particular favourite sport, and the one that she was the best at, was football or soccer. And she was one of the best players in her university, which eventually landed her a space on the team, like the official team. However, her time on that team was a bit rocky, to say the least. After Brittany joined the soccer team, the girls noticed that whenever they would have practice and they were in the changing rooms and stuff, things would go missing. So it was like a lip gloss or a pair of earrings or $10 that one of the girls left on the side, or a shirt. Like little things that you could misplace, but after a while it was just getting way too coincidental and too often for it to have just been stuff going missing. Someone was taking these things. And as soon as the girls connected in their head that it was as soon as they let Brittany on the team that things started going missing, they decided to confront her and say, look, we know that you're stealing from us. And when they did, Brittany broke down and she said she'd made a mistake and she was so sorry. And the girls did, to an extent, forgive her. But once that trust is broken, you can never really repair it again. The girls started taking Brittany off more and more games, and they stopped spending time with her outside of practice just because they couldn't trust her. They didn't want to be around her. And this took a temporary toll on Brittany's mental health, because this was everything she'd worked for. She was such an athletic, sporty person. All she wanted was to be on a team. And she finally had that. She finally had like-minded, athletic friends, and she'd given all that up to steal some random things that she didn't need. Like I said, her family were decently wealthy. If she wanted a new top or if she wanted a new lip gloss, she could get it. She could ask her parents for the money for that. She didn't need to steal. It wasn't like she was stealing things to get by or stealing things because she couldn't get them herself. She had the money. I think it was more of a adrenaline thing. I think she was just a kleptomaniac. Britney eventually made new friends at university and built up her social circle again. However, that side of her never really left. She began stealing in her adult life from her jobs. And because she loved sports and just generally being active, when it came to getting a temporary job in her adulthood, Lululemon was the perfect company for her. Just like with Jaina, Britney aligned with all of their views and their general just vibe. Britney had actually worked in another Lululemon store before she worked at this one in Bethesda, and the reason she got fired from the last one was because she stole from her job. But yeah, these jobs at Lululemon were never supposed to be a long-term thing. They were just a temporary thing just until she got her dream job, which was a personal trainer. Well, her dream job was to own her own gym one day and kind of run it all, but a step in the right direction was a personal trainer. And she was actually due to have an interview at a local gym named Equinox just a couple of days after this incident, which of course she couldn't go to. So anyway, back to the timeline. Britney is in the hospital and she's being checked over of all her injuries, and she told the hospital that she'd actually been raped and sexually assaulted as part of this attack, and so a rape kit was done on her and everything. And like I said, a lot of her wounds were superficial, so they were just kind of cleaned up, wiped up, disinfected to make sure she wouldn't get infections, and she only actually had 2 wounds that required actual proper attention, like stitches and bandages. So it seemed as though Britney's attacker wasn't actually trying to kill her, just more maybe torture her or just prolong this kind of pain and fear that they were inflicting on her. I don't know. So yeah, she had a pretty bad wound on her forehead and one on her hand, and they were bandaged up, stitched up, whatever, and then she was ready to tell police her version of events. She said that it was just her and Jaina on the closing shift that night, and everything went as normal. They cleaned up the store, they picked up their stuff, they left the store, locked the door behind them, and actually set off home. Jaina went and got in her car and she set off driving back home, whereas Britney was getting the subway back home. So she was walking and she got all the way to the kind of station for her train, and she realised that she didn't have her Metro card. She'd left it in the Lululemon store. So she needed to go back to the store to get that card, otherwise she couldn't go home. But Jaina was already halfway home in her car, so how was Britney going to get back in the store? Because she didn't have keys. Jaina was the only one out of the 2 of them that had keys because she was higher up in the company than Britney was. And Britney was very new to this job. She was only about 6 weeks in, and so she didn't actually have Jaina's number to call her and be like, please can you come back to the store, I've left my card. So Britney was ringing around all her other co-workers, asking one of them to give her Jaina's number, which one of them eventually did, and she called Jaina and she just explained the situation, and she was like, I'm really sorry, can you please just come back to the store and let me in so I can get my Metro card? Luckily, Jaina had actually left something in the store herself. She said she'd left her laptop, so she didn't mind driving back and letting Britney in the store to get her card because she had a reason to be there too. So Britney walked back to the Lululemon store and she was just sat outside it for a while when Jaina pulled her car in and just parked like illegally outside of the store because they were only going to run in and like pick up the things that they'd left there. So Jaina parks up, she unlocks the door, both her and Britney go in, Jaina goes and gets her laptop, and Britney's looking around for her Metro card, but she can't find it. Both women are looking around, they didn't bother turning the lights on or anything, or, you know, locking the door behind them. Normally when employees are in a store by themselves, after closing time they'll lock the door so that no one can come in. But you know, they just left the front door unlocked, they left the lights off just because they were literally running in to pick up these things that they'd forgotten. Eventually Jaina was getting tired and she was like, look, do you want to just use my Metro card? I don't need it, I'm driving home and I'll be driving back here tomorrow, so take my Metro card, pay for it with that, and then we'll find yours tomorrow when we come in. So Britney's very thankful, she accepts Jaina's Metro card and they go to leave the store again. But when they walk into the store front, they realise that the front door is wide open, which is not how they left it. And it was then that the 2 women were ambushed by 2 men that had been hiding behind clothing racks. They were dressed in all black with ski masks on. Britney says that she was walking just a little bit behind Jaina, so when these 2 men popped up, they went straight to Jaina. There was a taller man and a shorter man. The taller man was about 6 feet tall and he focused more on Jaina, whereas the shorter man, who was about 5'3" to 5'5", went straight for Brittany. The guy that went to Jayna hit her in the head and knocked her to the floor, and then picked her up and was dragging her to the back by her hair. So from this point on, Brittany has no idea what is happening to Jayna. She doesn't see Jayna again for a while. This smaller man grabs her and he's dragging her also by her hair to the cash registers, and he tells her to unlock them, get all the money out and put it in his bag, like this backpack that he brought. Once she'd done that, her attacker also dragged her into the back, although they went into a different room, so she never actually saw Jayna or the other guy. In there, Brittany says that this guy zip-tied her ankles together and then zip-tied her hands together above her head and began torturing her. And by torturing her, I mean that he was hitting her, but not overly hard, like not trying to kill her with these hits. And he was slashing her with razors and stuff, which is why her cuts were very superficial, because he wasn't stabbing her or trying to kill her, he was torturing her. And this whole time he was calling her racial slurs and shouting racist statements. Just a side note, Brittany told police that she believed that both of these men were white men, just because of how they were talking, the way that their voices sound, the things that they were saying, and of course, the racism. Brittany said that this man was threatening her. He said her full address to her, so he knew where she lived. He was threatening to slit her throat. She said that he then cut open her leggings, raped her, and then when he finished, he got up and just left her in there. A couple of minutes later, he returned to that room where he'd left Brittany with a coat hanger, and he sexually assaulted her with that as well. And this whole time, Brittany said that she could hear Jayna in the other room screaming, so much banging, and this was going on for a long time. So she felt that Jayna's attacker was probably torturing her as well, because this was going on for so long. Brittany said that after a while, these screams that she could hear from Jayna were getting fewer and far between, and they were getting quieter until they eventually faded out. And around that time, Brittany's attacker actually picked Brittany up, who was already tied up, dragged her into this back room where Jayna and her attacker were, and the two men threw Brittany on top of Jayna's dead body. And then Brittany was told by the attackers that they were going to spare her life, but only because, and I quote, she was more fun to fuck. The men then dragged her off of Jayna's body, threw her in the employee bathroom where she was eventually found, and they left the store. Brittany really struggled telling police this story, as I'm sure you can imagine. She was traumatized by this. She was crying all the way through. She kept having to stop. She was particularly traumatized with how much blood there was. She kept commenting, saying there was so much blood, there was so much blood. And she kept blaming herself all the way through this, saying, if I'd just remembered my card, or if I hadn't wanted to go back for my card, then Jayna would still be alive. Of course, everyone around her was reassuring her that this wasn't her fault. She just had really bad survivor's guilt, and how was she supposed to know that these men were going to come in, or that men like that were even out on the streets? Brittany actually asked the police officer that was questioning her and getting her account how her friend was doing, how Jayna was doing, so she didn't know that Jayna had died. The detective that was doing the questioning didn't actually know anything about Jayna. She had literally just been put in this room with Brittany to question her, and so she didn't know how Jayna was doing, so she said that she would find out and she would get back to Brittany. So the first thing that police did, now that they had this account from Brittany, was check CCTV footage. Now, the only thing is, none of these shops on this Bethesda Row shopping district had cameras, apart from one shop. And luckily that one shop was the Apple Store next door to Lululemon, because of course the Apple Store has a lot of expensive equipment in there, whereas the other shops, like the clothing shops and stuff, didn't bother having cameras. So police went and collected this CCTV footage from outside the store, and believe it or not, they saw two men dressed in all black walking down the road around the same time as when the women would have been leaving that night, around 9:30, 10 p.m. The story hit the news that same day. The same day that the women were found, the story was aired that same evening. In these news reports, the public was informed of these two white male suspects that had been seen on CCTV, and everyone was urged to get in contact with the police if they knew anything. And the whole of Bethesda was terrified, They were very, very panicked by this because, one, this was Bethesda, and like I said, it was a very comfortable, cozy, nice, safe area to live. And two, this was a shopping complex at like 10 p.m. It wasn't like it was the dead of night, and so these men that had done this seemed absolutely fearless. If you're gonna commit a crime this bad, you would do it in the dead of night when no one's around. But to do it at closing time when a lot of the shop's employees are still going to be there, everyone was so scared of these men reoffending that profit sales in that specific area of Bethesda dropped by 50%. Half as many people were going out to that shopping district because they were so scared. And sales of like self-defense items like pepper spray had gone up in that particular area as well. So police thought the next best thing to do while they wait for some leads to come in is to question other people that were in that area that night, because of course they have these two people of interest caught on camera. So had anyone else in that shopping complex seen these men that night? So they started at the Apple store, which was right next door to the Lululemon, and they asked the staff on that closing shift that night if they had seen or heard anything, and they had. Just after 10 p.m. that night, a girl named Yana that was working the closing shift of the Apple store heard what she described to be screaming, squealing, and a lot of banging. At first, she thought it was coming from the street outside because this was a Friday night, you know, she just thought it was a group of people messing around. But the noises continued, and she could hear it like almost everywhere in the store. Even when she was right at the back of the store, she could still hear it, and so she was thinking, well, where could that actually be coming from? The noises continued, and she described them as high-pitched screams mixed with lower-pitched grunting and dragging noises as if something heavy was being moved. And it was then that she realised that these noises were actually coming from next door at Lululemon. And so she goes and approaches one of the Apple store security guards, because they've always got at least one on the site. This guy was called Ricardo, and she approaches him and she says, look, I think I can hear some noises, will you come and check it out? So he comes in and he hears the noises as well, and he even puts his ear up to the wall to hear what's going on. The noises are still going on, and so eventually Ricardo just goes up to the wall and just bangs on it to kind of tell them to shut up, and it worked. The noises stopped. Not one point during all of this, when they were hearing squealing, screaming, banging, dragging of a heavy object, did they decide to call the police. They didn't even decide to go around and check if everything was okay, you know, they didn't do anything. This man was a security guard, and all they did was bang on the wall to stop the noises. Yana actually told police that she heard two women's voices that night, one saying, please don't do this, just talk to me, and another saying, God help me, please, God help me. And in these kind of cases, I'm really not one to blame people for not acting on things, because I think it's really harsh to blame people for things in retrospect. Obviously, me sitting here reading this case, it's obvious that something is going on next door. But if you're sat in your house and you're hearing screaming outside, maybe a lot of your brains go straight to crime because you're interested in this kind of thing. But a lot of people's brains won't go straight to crime. A lot of people's brains would think, oh, there's some kids outside playing, or maybe it's someone drunk walking home and they're just really loud. I don't like to blame people in retrospect. However, this is insane. If you are hearing that many noises and they go on for so long, and there's screaming and squealing, people saying, God help me, please don't do this, just talk to me, and you're not calling the police, what the hell is going on? I could not believe what I was reading as I was researching this case. For them to hear things like that and to not think that something was wrong is insane to me. Like I say, I'm not one to blame, but it's ridiculous. The Apple employees told police that they just thought it was some kind of co-worker drama. Maybe they'd kind of dropped a clothing rail, which was the banging. And I don't know, I don't like these Apple employees, I can't lie. So anyway, I'm gonna stop getting heated. So the police were trying to establish a timeline of events. What time exactly did this attack take place? Now, the Apple employees said that they were hearing those noises just after 10 p.m. And in another interview with Rachel, who was the store manager at Lululemon, the woman that actually found the crime scene the next morning, she said that she was actually speaking with Jayna on the phone when she was in the car the night before. So as she was driving home before she came back to let Britney in, she was on the phone to Rachel. Jayna was just on the phone to Rachel saying that she'd successfully locked up the store and that she was on her way home. And this was almost bang on 10 p.m, Rachel said. So in the time it took for Jayna to get the call from Britney and then get back to the store, and then the Apple employees started hearing this at maybe like 10:15, that is when the crime must have happened and when these men broke in between 10 and 10:15. Trying to narrow this down as much as they could, they got Rachel in to kind of log on to the alarm system from Lululemon and see exactly what time the alarm was turned off when the women went back into the store that night. They found that the alarm was originally set at 9:45 p.m, which will have been when they left the store, and then it was disarmed, is that the right word? It was turned off again at 10:05, so just 20 minutes later. So now they had an even shorter window of when this crime took place, between 10:05 and 10:15. 10:15. So as the investigation continued, by the way, this was a very quick moving investigation. They already had their first suspect within like 2 days, which we'll get onto in a minute. But bear in mind, this was probably like still the first or second day of the investigation that they've got this much down. They realised that they actually had no idea where Jayna Murray's car was, because Britney said that Jayna had parked it illegally outside of the front of the store because they were literally just running inside to go and pick up some things, but it wasn't there when the crime scene was found, so where was it? So the immediate thought was obviously these attackers had come here to rob this store and they took all the money out of the cash registers, so they probably took her car as well. So now they needed to find it. So discussions began back at the police station. All the officers on the case were told to familiarise themselves with this exact car. They were shown all these pictures, and that was when one officer said, hang on, I've seen this car. And it was quite a unique car, not really unique, but her car actually had Texas plates on it, so it wasn't like a, you know, it was easy to identify. On the night of the attack, this officer that had seen Jayna's car thought he'd seen it parked in a random parking lot a few blocks away from Lululemon, and it still had the lights on, and it had someone in the passenger seat. And this officer said he'd seen this at around 12:30 that night. So this was 2 hours after the attack. 2 hours after Jayna had passed away, someone was sat in her car 3 blocks away from the crime scene. But then 2 hours after that, at 2 a.m, the officer was still going past. I think he was just on patrol that night, and when he went past the car again, the lights were off and no one was in it, so he didn't think much of it. Luckily, this patrol officer remembered the exact location of Jayna's car, and so he was able to take the rest of the team back there, and the car was still there a couple of days after the attack. So the car was impounded and taken for some forensic tests to see if there was any DNA or blood in that car or anything. However, it was going to take a couple of days to get those results back. So the most solid thing that police had at this moment was the CCTV footage. These men looked exactly how Britney described her attackers, so they decided to focus in on this a little bit more. Unfortunately, because it was the camera footage of the Apple store next door, they couldn't see the Lululemon store in the actual frame, so they couldn't see the men enter or leave the store. So police decided to play around with this footage and kind of go back to the scene and open the door to Lululemon and stuff to see if shadows would show up in this video, to see if the men had maybe opened the door. But unfortunately, because of the angle and the placement of this camera, they just couldn't see anything. There was no indication that these men did or did not go into the store. So detectives did all they could do really in this situation, and they decided to plan a stakeout mission, hoping that maybe the men would return. I mean, the likelihood of them robbing another store in the exact same area when this was such a big crime scene was very unlikely. However, police thought this would be more of a method of eliminating them as suspects. So the main detective on this case was called Detective Reuven, and 2 days after the Lululemon murder, he decided to go and park his car outside of the store just like Jayna did that night, and he just sat and people watched every single person that walked past. And while he was sitting there in his car, Detective Reuven spots two men with a height difference, one taller than the other, both wearing all black, and he knew that these were his men. They were walking down the exact same road at the exact same time, and they both had the exact same black clothes on, and so Reuven got out of his car to go and speak with them. Reuven got out some pictures that he'd printed, some stills from this CCTV footage, and he just asked these men, like, do you know who these people could be on this CCTV footage? And they said, oh yeah, that's us. However, there was an innocent explanation as to why these men were on the footage. They actually worked at a restaurant which was a few doors down from Lululemon, and they were just on their way home from work. Just like they were on the night of the attack, they wore all black because they were waiters. And the reason that they were walking together was because they both lived in that direction. So now police were back to square one, and they were feeling pretty defeated because this big piece of evidence that, well, a thing that they thought was a big piece of evidence for such a long time proved to really not have anything to do with the case at all. So they did all that they could do while they were waiting for all these different forensic tests and stuff to come back, and they appealed to the public once again to come forward with any potential suspects. One man that a lot of kind of Bethesda residents and workers, especially in that shopping district, suggested was a homeless man named Keith. Keith was known to hang around that area in Bethesda, and he was also known to have a very aggressive, violent reputation. He was particularly aggressive with women. He would make unwanted sexual advances on just random women in the street. This guy was a bit... He was always getting in people's faces, trying to start fights. He was always drunk. He actually spent a lot of time at a local pub near that shopping district, and on the night of the murder, he actually wasn't in that pub. And one thing that police believed they could link Keith to from the crime scene was a pair of shoes that they'd found that were covered in blood. Size 14 men's Reebok trainers. These were the trainers that had made those big prints in the blood, and it seemed as though the killer had just kind of ditched their shoes there because they realised they had blood all over them. And police's thought process behind this was, well, this guy's homeless, he keeps all of his belongings in his bag, including a spare change of clothes. He had like 2 outfits that he went between. It would make sense that if he wanted to ditch a pair of shoes, he would just leave them there and then put on his clean pair to leave the store. Around this same time in the investigation, Detective Reuven was at a hardware store, completely unrelated to the investigation. This was just in his free time. He was just doing some shopping. And the guy that was helping him in this hardware store knew that Reuven was on the case, and he was just kind of asking him how it was going and stuff, when this guy at the hardware store said something about Keith, this homeless man. He said that he'd actually seen Keith walking along the street a few days prior to this with a backpack on. He was wearing all black, and he was walking with a white man who was also wearing all black. Now, Keith was a lone traveller type. He was not one to hang about with other people, especially not other homeless people. He very much stayed himself to himself. So the fact that this guy at the hardware store saw him with another man, it was interesting that Keith had suddenly made a friend and they both wore all black, you know? So the search was on to find Keith and question him, but obviously he was homeless, so police didn't have an address to go and find him. It was going to be very hard to locate this man. That was until the next day, when he was located at a hospital around 10 miles from Bethesda, where he'd shown up the day before, covered in blood and injuries. Lucky for police, Keith was actually wanted for another crime to do with like alcohol or something, and so they went to the hospital and they arrested him there and took him to the police station. Obviously, they couldn't arrest him on suspicion of the murder of Jayna Murray because they had absolutely no evidence, but they still wanted to question him, but they didn't have grounds to arrest him on, so it was very lucky that they had him for another charge. So the first thing that they ask Keith when they get him in the police station is, how did he end up in hospital and why was he covered in blood? And he said that he'd actually gotten into a fight with another homeless man. And Keith seemed very, out of it. He was quite disorientated. And as police were listening to him tell this story about this fight that he'd had with this guy, they were thinking, this man is not capable of the crime that they are investigating. This murder of Jayna Murray and the attack on Brittany Norwood required some serious brain power. Whoever had done this was very smart, very organised, very methodical, very planned out, and they just didn't think that Keith was capable of doing all of that. Either way, police took all of Keith's clothes that he'd actually turned up at the hospital in, all the ones covered in blood, and they sent them for forensic testing. However, they did think when they looked at these clothes that they didn't seem consistent with a murder, especially not the murder that they were investigating, the absolute brutal murder of Jayna Murray, where there was puddles of blood all over the floor. There just wasn't that much blood on Keith. There were just a few spots on certain things. He had a little bit of blood on his shoes, a few little splashes on his jeans. And the blood seemed fresher than it would have been if it was the blood from the murder scene. It did seem as though he probably got into a fight maybe the day before. I don't know.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to The Right Opinion, the home of a twat with too much free time. And today we're going to my favourite genre of all, music. Because your boy here, he loves the tunes. It's pretty much what I'm raised on. As I write the script, I'm actually currently listening to Mary's Prayer by Danny Wilson. Wasn't sure about it at first, but I'll say, sophisti-pop songs do tend to grow on you. Unfortunately, today's topic won't be exactly focusing on my adoration for music. No, today we will be talking about a person called Austin Jones, who decided to take advantage of the clout given by such a blessed industry. However, to open this, I will at least be discussing some media-related elements because music is a unique industry for so many reasons, and it generates so much creative variety.
Dyson's re-engineered purifiers not only filter dust and allergens, the catalytic filter's nanotunnels destroy formaldehyde continuously to purify, heat or cool you. Buy direct from the people who made it. Free shipping from Dyson.
Lived a Nicholas winding astray. It's people I need, oh people that feed the Joker, accursed would frantically scream. Do not be angry, do not go away, be right here and forever you'll stay. We're tighter and tighter, throat nearly wider, nobody here, there's nobody at all. I'm doing so well, have you heard? You see, I'm such a good girl, cute as a button, you heard. You see, so good, this girl in pain, I scream, you see. Love me, I say, love me, I say, love me, I say, more and more. Love me, I say, love me away, until I'm not completely sane. Torturing me, let me be free, break from the cloistening me. None of you can stop it now. test, I'm a girl far above all the rest. Yes. From better than most to better than all you people, people, only in me. I'm eating alone in the yard. From me to you, confessing my heart. Was it a lie from the start? To say I love you from afar has found me a creature you are. Love me, I say, love me, I say, love me, I say. Take what you want of me, taking from me, taking from me all that I have and all that I keep. Screaming for more, you're not enough. Screaming for more, I couldn't give you a I am just so sorry. Love me, I say, love me, I say, love me, I say. More and more, and love me, I say. Love me away until I'm not completely seen. Torturing me, strangling me, torturing me. More and more, more and more. Aren't I so happy that Aren't I so happy
Apartments.com isn't the most pet-friendly rental site just because we've got the most pet-friendly listings. No, no, no. Maybe you should try it. Swap so it's terrible since I wanna get away from me.
Es hora de vivir. 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 Es hora de vivir.
I be taking it easy, making it fast. Hey, do you really think you're the best? I could be making it painful, taking it slow. You show it is really how you wanna go. You better get your all. 'Cause I'll be taking it all. What's up? How are you doing? Folk like you shouldn't mingle with the dark. Bruises, you have shadows are moving. Snake sounds from spread surely for not. Get out of here. Open a catacombs inside of my bones. They age like wine and decay over time. Overexposed, how you look like a ghost. It's so exciting, such a delight. You better fight, or else I take you must line. So maybe look at the heavy, look at the blood. Abandon our fantasies that you cannot hold. By thinking, isn't it crazy? Isn't it plain? How everyone's happy when I am a stage. Why don't you cry for this day? So tell me what gave it away? The time a monster and buster, one of the bad guys. Don't be mad that I like to play pretend. Surely you know how this whole game it goes. That is so sweet, what that means to you. And if I could mend my own wounds, then I better nothing I lose. So didn't you want this? Leave me for dead. These moments of clarity fill me with regret. I'm thinking, isn't it funny? Isn't it sad? My psyche is haunted by my bloody hands, and now I'm lost and afraid. You better get out of this place. I'm on a dead bus, clear, shelter and blade. So tell me what gave it the show. It goes like this: you name your price, and then you roll the dice 2 times. In here, the only limit your brain. How many wins do you think that you need? How about we start off betting on keys? That way, both of us will win the prize and the tables. So what do you do? Do you think you're lucky for too good to lose? If you win, the fortune is yours to keep. If you lose, then everything belongs to me. Take a shot, come on and round the dice, lady luck, and you will be on your side. Both of us today will deliver fame, love, and fortune. Now you want the one that made your place, but you won't know what the good time. They will read and away from me, but now I will be on thee. Oh, what lucky seems you fall in love. You receive what you wrote, unless you wanna bet again, and maybe win a second load. In here, the only limit your luck. Will you win? Maybe love starstruck. How about this time we bet some cash? You know you wanna be a girl special. The plane at the table, so what do you do? Do you think you're lucky for too good to lose? If you win, my love is yours to keep. If you lose, then yours all belongs to me. Take a shot, come on and round the dice, lady luck, fortune will be on your side. Both of us today, I think we should make a mix exciting. Now you want the one that made your place, but you won't know just one more time. They will read you, which me and green like a game. I will be on thee. Give me your keys and cross my hasty desires in from deep within. One day this place will be your grave, so baby don't forget I have the ace of the card and the card and take a shot, take a smoke to your inside throat. In the end, it's always just for my entertainment. Take a shot, come in the crowd, the dice lay shot, take it but you miss our side. Here's the slow price today wins just for fame, love, and fortune. Take a shot, come in the crowd, the dice should and break, but luck is on your side. Here's the slow price today, you bet yourself forevermore. Rolling dice, rolling white surprise, I guess against the tide. One this time, they don't feel everyone else, you know yourself belongs to me. I know my love, it's a pity. Now give me your keys. Give me your keys. Jimmy, Jimmy, now give me your keys. Oh, hello, welcome to Hello. How's about we start the show? It goes like this: you name your price, and then you roll the dice 2 times. In here, the only limit your brain. How many wins do you think that you need? How about we start off betting on keys? That way, both of us will win the prize and the tables. So what do you do? Do you think you're lucky for too good to lose? If you win, the fortune is yours to keep. If you lose, then everything belongs to me. Take a shot, come on and round the dice, lady luck, and you will be on your side. Both of us today will deliver fame, love, and fortune. Now you want the one that made your place, but you won't know what the good time. They will read and away from me, but now I will be on thee. Oh, what lucky seems you fall in love. You receive what you wrote, unless you wanna bet again, and maybe win a second load. In here, the only limit your luck. Will you win? Maybe love starstruck. How about this time we bet some cash? You know you wanna be a girl special. The plane at the table, so what do you do? Do you think you're lucky for too good to lose? If you win, my love is yours to keep. If you lose, then yours all belongs to me. Take a shot, come on and round the dice, lady luck, fortune will be on your side. Both of give me a kiss. Oh hello, welcome to Hello. How's about we start the show? It goes like this: you name your price, and then you roll the dice 2 times. In here, the only limit I read. How many wins do you think that you need? How about we start off betting emojis? That way, both of us will win number place on the table. So what do? Do you think you're lucky for to lose? If you win, the fortune is yours to keep. If you lose, then everything belongs to me. Take a shot, come on and run the dice, wave it up, and you will be on your side. Both of us today, when we never fame, love and fortune. Now you want the one that made your place, but you wanna know one other time. Today, the one we never made from me, but now I'll be on me. Oh, what lucky seems you fall in love. You receive what you wrote, unless you wanna bet again and maybe win a second load. In here, the only limit your luck. Will you win like you left starstruck? How about this time we bet some cash? You know you wanna be a first dash. You're the lane at the table, so what do? Do you think you're lucky for to lose? If you win, my love is yours to keep. If you lose, then yours all belongs to me. Take a shot, come on and run the dice, wave it up, we'll surely be on your side. Both of my plans today, I think we should make a music exciting. Now you want the one that made your place, but don't you wanna know just one more time? Take the lead, which we can breathe like a day, night of Give me your kiss and cross my hasty desires in from deep within. One day this place will be your grave, so baby don't forget I have the ace. Take a card and a card and take a shot. Take a smoke to your inside throat. In the end, it's always just for my entertainment. Take a shot, come in the cold, the daylight shot. Take it, but you miss our side. Hold the slow price today wins just for fame, love, and fortune. Take a shot, come in the cold, the daylight shot. Take that luck is on your side. Hold the slow price today, you bet yourself forever. Rolling dice, rolling white surprise. I guess against the night, one this time. They don't feel like the one that's blue now. Yourself belongs to me. I know my love, it's a pity. Now give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Jimmy, Jimmy, now give me a kiss. Oh hello, welcome to Hello. How's about we start the show? It goes like this: you name your price, and then you roll the dice 2 times. In here, the only limit I read. How many wins do you think that you need? How about we start off betting emojis? That way, both of us will win number place on the table. So what do? Do you think you're lucky for to lose? If you win, the fortune is yours to keep. If you lose, then everything belongs to me. Seventeen years ago, back in
out. Undergone the song experiment. They have all got their heart, I really got just their nose. So still she goes to just simply weird. But when they went to welcome and the lights went up the dark. This part that's remembering the things they had found themselves. They don't get out of the cage. They don't know them time. All the name of the book when they heard they joined them they will. The promise of both of them the nail to the light. Everyone that they make a project they are sadly told. Human boxes made up. I knew going mirror. They use our stuff named out who they made up. Oh, I know it might not be what I meant, but ignorant champion friends. Me should not have those headless. Such a sad high, my existence. Some men are flashy, my ready. But they don't know how to quite can be. And since I am on the melodies, sit down first. Don't ever me. I think something hard. Even fighter. Can't look at the rain. And don't let what the tailor change. When they are hard. They will it's hard. They don't have much. And I can't watch them lead on to edge. 17 years ago, found in shadow remains. A but mysterious ocean without life on without a choice. No human existence, yes, no human existence of that making of what I made us that way to their demise. And I want to run a useless life. Now I don't reach you far back in time. I go to the North, say I have to get some September. Surgical to dance, get them in that. They have all got their heart, I really got the mental tells you it's out. I'm the girl that's an experiment. They have all got their heart, I really got just their nose. So still she got to just see the world. But when you went to your down and the lights is up the light. This my battery man belling, it's in say have found themselves. They don't get out of today. Don't know them time. All I name of the book when they heard page one, they will forget. I'm going to love the nail to sell life. Everyone that I'm playing a project, there's ugly tale. Human boxes made up. I knew going mirror. They use our stuff named after they made up. Oh, I knew it my eyes would be what I meant. But ignorant, champion press. Me check my hand out here, let me. Just say hi, my little some men are in my belly. But they don't know how to put my baby. And she's an eye on the melodies. Let down face. Don't ever lie me. I said something hard. Even by now. God don't get the rain. And don't let the light that they not change. When they are hard. They will it's hard. They have a match. And I got what they lead on to edge. 17 years ago, found in total remains. I have a mysterious ocean where the light won't be so choice. No human existence attain. Yes, no human existence attain. Of that making of what I made us that way to feel demise. And I want to run a useless life. with an antidote tells me without. Octagon is an experiment. They have all got their I really got just their nose. So still she goes to just see the world. But when they went to welcome and the lights lit up their light. This part not remembering it seems they had found themselves. They don't get out of the game. They don't know them time. All I name of the book when they hear page one they will. The promise of fight among the clear to survive. Everyone that claiming a project they are sadly told. Human boxes made up. I knew going mirror. They use our stuff named after they made up. Oh, I know it might not be what I meant, but ignorant champion press. Me should not have those headless. Just to say hi, my accept. Some men are flashy, my ready. But they don't know how to put my baby. And stitching high on the melodies. Step down fast. Don't ever me. I said something hard. Even by now. God don't get the rain. And don't let the light that will change. When they are hard. They will have hard. They will have much. And they got hard and we don't do that. 17 years ago, found into the remains. I have a mysterious ocean without life on without a choice. No human being yes, no human being that making a fucking mirrors that lead to their demise. And I want to run a useless life. Now I long to you a found back in time. I gone to the north, say I left together in September. like Christmas, and it's on your face loud and clear. But I can't hear your dreams of fear when they go to waste. I went through from all you and all the truth. They are all the same. Disagree, disagree. Full of pocket eyes, my little field of eyes. I've noticed no one did, and our point was more of this for the place I've lived in my whole life.
That's the move. That's the move. That's the move.
How do you solve for x?
Do the math to nail the landing. Learn how to solve all kinds of equations.
I am a portrait which leaves you sighing sadly. Amazes fair, what have you done? I want to run away. Let's move my feet on the floor.
you sighing sadly. Amazes fair, what have you done? I want to run away, for I am that portrait that leaves you sighing sadly. Amazes fair, what have you done? I want to run away. It will be a wreck up, I'll make sure. When they stick me up the chimney, and now the air escapes me. Slowly losing myself, but my master dragged me back down. The war is me. Oh, can't they see that I am a portrait which leaves you sighing sadly? Amazes fair, what have you done? I want to run away, for I am that portrait that leaves you sighing sadly. Amazes fair, what have you done? I want to run away. I'll be paper thin that brown. I scarf sort my life away. I'm patiently sedated, and now my only exit. It's the cold. It's the cold poetic for I am a portrait that leaves you sighing sadly. Amazes fair, what have you done? I want to run away, for we are a portrait that leaves you sighing sadly. Amazes fair, what have you done? We want to run away. A heart sounding softly, I secretly disintegrate. Uneasy lamps go back and forth. I've waited for so long. I am a portrait which leaves you sighing sadly. Amazes fair, what have you done? I want to run away. For now, let's move my feet on the floor. It starts to rust and attack my blood. I start to feel myself smile, slowly losing myself. But it did not portrait which leaves you sighing sadly. Amazes fair, what have you done? I want to run away, for I am that portrait that leaves you sighing sadly. Amazes fair, what have you done? I want to run away. It will be a wreck up Helmet Shore. Then they stick me up for Juni, and now the air escapes me. Slowly losing myself, but my master dragged me back down. The war is me. Oh, can't they see that I am a portrait which leaves you sighing sadly? Amazes fair, what have you done? I want to run away, for I am that portrait that leaves you sighing sadly. Amazes fair, what have you done? I want to run away. I'll be paper thin and brown. These curves suck my life away. I'm patiently sedated, and now my only exit. It's the cold. It's the cold poetic for I am a portrait that leaves you sighing sadly. Amazes fair, what have you done? I want to run away, for we are a portrait that leaves you sighing sadly. Amazes fair, what have you done? We want to run away. A thought sounding softly, I secretly disintegrate uneasy and stroll back and forth. I've waited for so long. I am a portrait which leaves you sighing sadly. Amazes fair, what have you done? I want to run.
New Pronet.
I'm going to show you what you can do to fix your desktop audio on Streamlabs OBS. So first off, what you want to do is you want to go over to here, desktop audio, and you want to make sure that it's actually not muted at all. And now what you can do is you can open like a Chrome tab and open a YouTube video. If you still don't hear anything and it still doesn't like capture anything, what you can do is you can go to here, settings, on settings, go over to your audio, and now on desktop audio device, select the speaker that you have. So once you select your speaker, it could have like that it works out for you, but if it still doesn't work out, what you can do is let's just make it on default right now. But if this doesn't work out, you can just go ahead and go back and go to your open advanced audio settings. On desktop audio, if you want to hear it, you can go to monitor and output. So once you select on this, guys, you can play. Let's just do it myself, and it's kind of weird sounding, so let's turn
video out. We'll have two options that we can select between when setting up Streamlabs OBS. This is what click continue. Once we've done that, we're going to see a blank canvas within Streamlabs. There's quite a few differences with Streamlabs OBS, the dashboard button right here, but we'll go into a lot of scene create when you begin in Scene 2. So let's add a few source computer. I'm going to select this awesome Streamloots background, and I'm going to click done. Once I do that, I can resize this however I would like and fill out the scene, or I could add it to just. So let's say I wanted to add a display capture so that my viewers can see what I'm looking at on my monitor. For example, if I'm searching the one we're currently using. And now that I've done that, you're going to be able to see everything going to reveal. In order to do that, we're going to add something called a widget. And settings, what the viewer is going to see. And so we're going to look at the mixer at the bottom right here, and you're going to see a list of all of the audio in capture, all of the audio from your computer. So if you
digital audio, it could be my speaker.
dream tracks. Here it comes. Talk like makes sense of problem. What you really want. Talk that means suspense. Oh, here it comes. Talk when there's no window. For your life, shiver your mirrors as I know sorry. I'm so unlucky this time around. Now I'm wishing you were never there in the next life. Get out of there! Hey! What are you? It's not so easy for me.
We're camped right here in the corner. I hope it don't slide down. We're gonna get these babies out now. Oh, there's one. There's one. There's one. There's two. There's three. There's four. There's five.
What'd you say?
Oh yeah, the money. Can I give back to you next week? Oh yeah, what are you gonna do? You're like 4 foot tall.
Make sense of problem. What you really want. So there's me suspense. Oh, here it comes. So there's a no window. For your life, shiver your mirrors as I know sorry. I'm so unlucky this time around. Now I'm wishing you were never there in the next life. The source of misery.
Harry, what's for din din? Boiled yams, Justin. I want cupcakes. Harry.
Everybody do the flop. 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 Flop, do the flop, flop. Everybody do the 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 flop.
What's for din din? Boiled yams, Justin. I want cupcakes. Harry, what's for din din? Boiled yams, Justin. I want cupcakes.
We have a lot of sayings about work. Like, there's no
3, 2, 1, go!
what you are doing with those birds. I mean, does that bird? Who is that? Is that Sheila?
No, no, no. This is not Sheila. This is Bad Boy Halo. This is one of my roosters that I
beaches dry of sugar cane? Oh, well, whale stars to beach themselves, tortoise shells tear away from their spines. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. Lemon boy and I were gonna live forever. Like Snufkin and Little My will get around wherever. Lemon boy and I were gonna live forever. Like Snufkin and Little My will get around wherever. It's actually pretty easy being nice to a bitter boy like him. 'Cause we're the bitterest boys in town. Yeah, we're the bitterest guys around. And I got myself a citrus friend. There once was a bittersweet man, and they called him Lemon Boy. He was growing in my garden, and I pulled him out by his hair like a weed. And like weeds do, he only came and grew back again. So I figured this time I might as well let him be. Lemon boy and me started to get along together. I helped him plant his seeds, and we mowed the lawn in bad weather. It's actually pretty easy being nice to a bitter boy like him. So I got myself a citrus friend. But soon as bittersweet started to rub off on me, you think smelling like lemon zest would be pretty neat. I found out that my friends are more of the savory type, and they weren't too keen on compromising with a nice lemon pie. So lemon boy and me, we just gotta get along together. I helped him plant his seeds, and we mowed the lawn in bad weather. It's actually pretty easy being nice to a bitter boy like him. So I got myself a citrus friend. But what if I run out of fertilizer? What if the clouds run out of rain? What if lemon boy won't grow no longer? What if beaches dry of sugar cane? Oh, well, whale stars to beach themselves, tortoise shells tear away from their spines. It happens all the time. It happens all Lemon boy and I, we're gonna live forever. Like Snufkin and Little My, we'll get around wherever. Lemon boy and I, we're gonna live forever. Like Snufkin and Little My, we'll get around wherever. It's actually pretty easy being nice to a bitter boy like him. 'Cause we're the bitterest boys in town. Yeah, we're the bitterest guys around. And I got myself a citrus friend. There once was a bittersweet man, and they called him Lemon Boy. He was growing in my garden, and I pulled him out by his hair like a weed. And like weeds do, he only came and grew back again. So I figured this time I might as well let him be. Lemon boy and me started to get along together. I helped him plant his seeds, and we mowed the lawn in bad weather. It's actually pretty easy being nice to a bitter boy like him. So I got myself a citrus friend. But soon as bittersweet started to rub off on me, you think smelling like lemon zest would be pretty neat. I found out that my friends are more of the savory type, and they weren't too keen on compromising with a nice lemon pie. So lemon boy and me, we just gotta get along together. I helped him plant his seeds, and we mowed the lawn in bad weather. It's actually pretty easy being nice to a bitter boy like him. So I got myself a citrus friend. But what if I run out of fertilizer? What if the clouds run out of rain? What if lemon boy won't grow no longer? What if beaches dry of sugar cane? Oh, well, the stars to beach themselves. Tortoise shells tear away from their spines. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. Lemon boy and I, we're gonna live
St. Louis Zoo open?
St. Louis Zoo is open until 5 p.m.
Take me there.
Sure, St. Louis Zoo.
Get help getting there.
Advice that I should let him. If you wanna cry, make sure that they never see it. Even better yet, block it out and never feel it. I just turned 14 and I think I know everything. Don't mess with me, I'm a big boy now and I'm very scary. I punch my walls, stay out at night and I do karate. Don't message me 'cause I won't reply, I wanna make you cry. Ain't that
you've got enough to think about maintaining. Good thing the 2021 Volkswagen Atlas and Atlas Cross Sport have a lower cost of maintenance than Toyota Highlander. Come into your Volkswagen dealer and get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2021 Atlas S 4Motion, or lease one for just $289 per month.
Put my cat on the mic. Ow! Ow!
Dude, what are you doing? Shut the fuck up, man! That's not a cat! That's not a cat! It's you screaming! Shut the fuck up, motherfucker! What are you doing? Stop! Stop! Shut your fucking mouth, motherfucker! I can't hear my own thoughts! You fat fuck!
Put my cat on the mic. Ow!
Dude, what are you doing? Shut the fuck up, man! That's not a cat! That's not a cat! It's you screaming! Shut the fuck up, motherfucker! What are you doing? Stop! Stop! Shut fucking mouth, motherfucker! I can't hear my own thoughts!
Yeah! I put my cat on the mic.
Ow! Ow! Dude, what are you doing? Shut the fuck up, man! That's not a cat! That's not a cat! That's you screaming! Shut the fuck up, motherfucker! What are you doing? Stop! Stop! Shut your fucking mouth, motherfucker! I can't hear my own thoughts!
Yeah! I put my cat on the mic.
Ow! Ow! Dude, what are you doing? Shut the fuck up, man! That's not a cat! That's not a cat! That's you screaming! Shut the fuck up, motherfucker! What are you doing? Stop! Stop! Shut your fucking mouth, motherfucker! I can't hear my own thoughts!
Yeah! I put my cat on the mic.
Ow! Ow! Dude, what are you doing?
I had a big meeting with all the housemates, and we sat around and they told me all the rules and stuff. And then they said, look, James, we've got these little boxes that we got from IKEA that we keep our toiletries in, and we've cleared one out for you. And I was like, hooray. But I don't have any toiletries. So what I ended up doing was just basically, I just filled mine with basically as many as I could. Because I thought that was very funny. And then the problem is every time I went in there, I would start to kind of like rearrange them. Do you know what I mean? I was having a great time. And then this is genuinely happened. And then you know, one day I got like narrative, you know, I got more like a chase scene was kind of, you know, happening. And then after like 4 to 5 months, they started to develop their own kind of, you know, religion based around the kind of different kind of aspects of the kind of, you know. And then honestly, it was beautiful. They had a wedding. That was such a beautiful day. We were so lucky with the weather. Everyone looked amazing. It was really beautiful. And then Halloween. Probably 6 to 8 months down the line, they started to get very sophisticated. They started to develop their own kind of culture, like entertainment. They started to make their own kind of movies. There's a few blockbusters. This was beautiful. It was like, do you know what I mean? It was a lovely moment. It was. Oh, there's more. Wait. Tragic. The problem is that I got more. And I started to make it seem as if they were like generating from the drain, you know what I mean? And then the problem is, I don't know if you know this, guys, but if you go online, right? If you go online, you can get these like.